can finish the comments. We're moving to the next caller. I see Isaac Harris. Isaac?
Hello, my name is Isaac Harris. I'm a tenant in Oakland. Just want to express full support for the eviction moratorium and making sure we're stopping all evictions. During this pandemic, this is obviously not the time for anyone to lose their housing. We need folks to stay sheltered in place for the health of all of us. And when Governor Newsom gave the authority to local governments to establish this different eviction moratoriums, obviously different cities have taken up different degrees of strength in these moratoriums, and we want Oakland to set the standard. We want Oakland to have the strongest in the state to encourage other cities to adopt this policy as well. So I urge you to support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris. I have the next connection. It is a phone number with 8903. You've been enabled to talk.
Hi, this is Ann Harvey. I couldn't figure out how to unraise my hand. I support it fully. And maybe you could say again how people can unraise their hands.
We've taken your hand down. Thank you for being brief. We're going to move to the next speaker, E. Connor.
Hi, sorry. I am E. Connor. I live in Oakland and I'm a tenant, and I'm also a tenant counselor. And I'm interested in knowing how the city council is going to deal with landlords filing illegal eviction attempts or harassing tenants. I'd like to see some provisions that expand the capacity for the rent adjustment board, especially if you're suggesting that they're responsible for tenant education. I think we need to think about how we can fund them in order to hire more people and do outreach in communities. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your comments. I have John Jones III lined up. John, give us a minute to enable you and reset the time. John, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, good morning. My name is John Jones III. I'm on staff with Just Cities. I want to thank the co-sponsors for this much needed legislation. And in the interest of time, I just want to make 4 quick points. Number 1, tenants and small business owners were already suffering from the systemic and structural barriers that existed previously. Number 2, the passage of both Fair Chance Housing Ordinance as well as the Section 8 Ordinance will provide much needed help for tenants who find themselves in a bad situation. Point number 3, I think these outreach efforts should be combined. Those 2 previous ordinances as well as this current effort right here. We can combine that with outreach, and Just Cities is also committed to help out with that. The last point relates to the impact of BRT. We have money and we need to prioritize getting that money out the door ASAP to help businesses who, on top of the BRT, is also suffering from COVID-19. So thank you all for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being brief. We're moving to the next speaker, Alex Worth. Give us just a moment, Alex. Alex, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Alex Worth, and I'm with East Bay Housing Organizations. And EBHO is proud to stand with the Committee to Protect Oakland Renters in calling upon the Council to adopt this eviction moratorium just as it stands. For decades, our members' mission has been simple: create safe, decent, affordable housing for thousands of low-income families. The coronavirus only elevates our commitment to that mission. So we applaud Council members Bass and Cowell for introducing this measure, which would halt all evictions for the duration of the crisis. As longtime advocates for housing security, we know that now is the time to rally together, using all of our precious housing stock to keep everyone, and especially our seniors, safe and supported. It's clear that this crisis will mean a loss of operating income for our nonprofit housing providers. But we hope that the ultimate responsibility for long-term recovery will come from the highest levels of government and not low-income tenants. So we thank you for taking seriously the part of this ordinance that calls upon us to work together in the weeks to come to secure emergency rental assistance for tenants and operating support to shore up affordable housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm showing the next speaker is Jackie Z.
Hi, this is Jackie Zaneri. I'm a tenant attorney at Centro Legal de la Raza, and I'm part of the Protect Oakland Renters Coalition. To our city council, to do what this ordinance is intended to do, we need to pass it as crafted. We need you to do the most right now, meaning no changes, no amendments, don't water it down, just pass it as it is. We can't block people who don't know how to take certain steps right now. We know that people are getting sick, kids are home from school, people are worrying about their livelihoods. We're not in normal times, and we don't want those folks to be penalized and made homeless for that. What I mean is, I'm concerned about the amendment suggested by Councilmember Taylor. I appreciate the intent, but we can do a separate rental registry. I'm concerned that adding any new notification burdens could block tenants from getting protections, and I think it would really harm this ordinance. The people it would leave out are low-income people, people who aren't as connected online, people who are not literate or semi-literate, people who don't read fluent English, and people with intellectual disabilities. We can't leave them out. We need it passed as it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. I see Mr. James Dan as the next speaker. Want to make sure Mr. Van can be heard. And I think we are experiencing just a little delay based on the number of attendees that we have, as well as panelists. Mr. Van?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Speaking for both the Homeless Advocacy Working Group and Oakland Tenants Union, we urge that this ordinance be adopted unanimously as presently amended. The crisis right now is that we don't want to add to the Hawks estimate of 9,000 people already on the street. We need to keep people housed. So we urge unanimous adoption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Van, for your brevity. I have Gregory McConnell, lined up to speak next. Give us just a moment. Mr. McConnell, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Greg McConnell, Jobs and Housing Coalition. I want to thank council members Nikki Bass and Dan Cow for working on this and for working with us. There were some issues that we needed to have addressed, and they have addressed them. Thank you also, Councilmember Cow, for asking the question about whether or not the email that we sent with issues has been resolved to our satisfaction. The answer to that is yes. Same to you, Councilmember McElhaney. We think that, in this time of trouble, jobs and housing members are going to be working with their tenants and small businesses anyway, but this levels the playing field so everybody can have adequate notice of what their rights and obligations are. So again, thank you very much. I anticipate a unanimous vote on this. You guys will be congratulated for all you've done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McConnell. I see a phone number lined up as the next speaker. It is a 206 number with the extension of 9765. Give us just a moment.
Oh, yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And
hi, my name is Nick Morales from the Oakland Rent Strike Action Coalition, and this is a great start, but we are by no means done. We need rent forgiveness now because we cannot burden Oakland tenants with crippling debt as we enter into the deepest economic depression since the Great Depression. So please continue to act on this and continue to make sure that Oakland tenants are protected. Thank you.
thank you so much for your comments. We're moving to the next speaker. I see Leah Simon Weisberg. Ms. Weisberg, give us just a second. Simon Weisberg, give us just a moment to queue you up. We are experiencing a little delay. There we go. Ms. Weisberg, are you
Quiet.
here? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. And we want to thank, obviously, the council members who did all the incredible work and the city attorney staff. This is going to be the strongest ordinance in the state, and we hope that communities across the state will follow this. I want to, ask also that the lobbyists for the business community not only ensure that people have to pay their rent, but that they help us make that possible, and reach out to the governor and say, how are we going to address that? Because I think Oakland alone is not going to be able to do it. So by ensuring that the ordinance says that tenants still need to pay really doesn't mean anything if tenants can't, and we don't want them to have to choose between food and their rent. And so we look forward to those folks reaching out to the governor to help us pay that rent. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your comments. I'm seeing Martin Christensen as the next speaker. Martin, give us just a minute to queue you up. Martin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey there, thank you. My name is Martin Christensen. I'm a resident of Oakland and a property owner in Oakland. I request we amend this item. Many owners of single-family rental properties are themselves working people who are impacted by job loss and financial hardship during this pandemic and do not have the resources to cover mortgages and property taxes on the rental properties without rents paid. Single-family residence properties should not be treated the same as multi-unit complexes, which are typically owned by wealthy investors with financial reserves. Single-family rental homes should be excluded from or given special treatment in this moratorium. Some proposals I'd like to make for this are to eliminate late fees on property taxes for single-family residences where tenants stop paying rent. Mortgages are not the only property expense that owners have to deal with. Also, the city could possibly make short-term loans to tenants to help them pay their rent during this crisis rather than shift the burden to low-income owners. Thank you very much. I'd like consideration.
Thank you so very much. I have the next speaker, Galaxy 17 Star. Bear with us as we queue you up. We are experiencing some delays based on the connection. Galaxy?
Hello?
Yes.
This is Tawanda Sherry, and I'm a resident of this, District 6. And I want to let you know that the virus is here and has a very human face. The job layoff of my children's moms, a loss of income of my next door neighbor and her kids. And I'm right now trying to assist my son and my daughter-in-law who both have contracted the coronavirus. This has a human toll. And I would like for the city council to realize that April 1st is in a few days, and all of them are worried about their rent. We need you to pass this moratorium as is. More than 58% of the Oaklanders are tenants and now are worried about this pandemic and a place to live. We need to stop all residential evictions, limit rent increases and late fees during the California shutdown, prevent future evictions for non-payment of rent, and protect local businesses that our loved ones are depending on us for these jobs and their livelihood.
We're going to move to the next speaker, Katanya. Ask your patience as we queue you up. Katanya, are you able to hear? Yeah, we're experiencing some delays. Be patient.
Madam Clerk, I am noticing we're having a very large number of people viewing with the online system, and I wonder if it occurred to me I should re-announce what was mentioned on the face of the agenda, which is that you can also view and listen to this meeting on KTOP. This meeting is on KTOP Cable TV. It is also viewable on a regular internet without going through the Zoom app on a regular internet from the Oakland Legistar page. There is the live video feed through any web browser to be watching and listening to this meeting. So I wanted to restate the that option. And we'll just make a note to the administrator and the IT team that we'll need to look at expanding our capacities going forward. And appreciate you, Madam Clerk, handling all this. And you may go ahead from there. Thank you.
Katanya?
Hello.
Hi. You have 1 minute. Hi.
My name is Katanya Johnson. I am an Oakland tenant. I'm a mother of a daughter with special needs in 2nd grade. I work at a tip agency doing property management. I'm struggling to get by financially before the pandemic hit. Now that work has dried up completely, I am now in a bigger hole than I could have imagined. And I fear I won't be able to pay rent. That leaves me currently at risk of being served a 3-day eviction notice for non-payment of rent. This is incredibly stressful and real possibility on top of my concerns about child care, transportation, and staying safe during the pandemic. I would like you to put your foot in our position for those who live paycheck to paycheck and for those who barely make ends meet. We clearly need a strong protection during this dangerous time of eviction season. That's it.
Katanya, thank you so much for your comments. I have a Maura McMichael lined up next. Maura, give us just a moment to queue you up. Maura?
Hi.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, my name is Maura McMichael. I'm a member of the East Bay Democratic Socialists of America. I've been a resident in Nikki's district for 8 years now. I'm really grateful that we are going to lead in California with this ordinance, but it is a Band-Aid. We were already in crisis. There are already thousands on the street, and we need to decommodify and have social housing right now. Our power is really tied up by Costa-Hawkins, and we need Governor Newsom to freeze the rent. We're in 2008 all over again with the housing crisis. We're begging to the banks to suspend our payments, while at the same time they are getting bailouts.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Maura McMichael. I'm a member of the East Bay Democratic Socialists of America. I've been a resident in Nikki's district for 8 years now. I'm really grateful that we are going to lead in California with this ordinance, but it is a Band-Aid. We were already in crisis. There are already thousands on the street, and we need to decommodify and have social housing right now. Our power is really tied up by Costa-Hawkins, and we need Governor Newsom to freeze the rent. We're in 2008 all over again with the housing crisis. We're begging to the banks to suspend our payments, while at the same time they are getting bailouts. I like this ordinance, and I want you to pass it as it is. Please, Taylor, don't water down this bill. I really want to thank the council for bringing this forward, and I hope we lead California in one of the strongest eviction moratoriums. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMichael. We're moving to the next speaker, Jennifer Gonzalez. Jennifer, bear with us as we queue you up. We're experiencing a delay. Jennifer?
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Jennifer Gonzalez. I'm a tenant here in Oakland with Merit, and I'm also in favor of passing this moratorium. I also think that it is falling a little bit short-sighted of the severity that people are dealing with. Many are out of work. Many are unable to leave their homes to make some kind of income for themselves. And again, I agree that there should be no reason why anybody should have to choose between feeding themselves and caring for their families or paying rent and having a roof over their head. I also want to make sure that with the amendment for rental increases, that it also includes the pass-through for the annual fee increase that is also being issued. That should be considered as well and should be written into the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I have Kathy Leonard up next. Kathy, give us just a moment to queue you up. Hold on just a moment.
Madam Clerk, while you're doing that, just in the interest of easing the bandwidth, I've just asked my staff who are watching on Zoom to switch to KTOP, and if any city staff who aren't needed to be on the line can switch from Zoom to KTOP to follow the meeting, that will help the delay problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on just a second, Kathy. We're experiencing a very unusual issue here. Hold on just a second. We're uncertain as to why, but it appears that we're unable to unmute Ms. Leonard. Ms. Leonard, do not disconnect right away. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Quaid and allow Quaid to talk, and we're going to see what we can do to check the controls here. Actually, Ms. Leonard, you should be able to speak.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Leonard, an Oakland native and District 1 resident. Thank you, Councilpersons Bass and Call, for your co-authorship of this proposed ordinance. I urge all councilpersons to vote unanimously to pass this ordinance. After the moratorium is over, many Oaklanders will be in the position of unable to pay back rents. I am concerned that many, particularly Black and Brown residents and blue-collar workers, will join the ranks of the unhoused. Small landlords will also be hard hit. What will happen to them? Perhaps the next step is rent forgiveness. Corporate speculators and banks have benefited greatly from the 2008 mortgage crisis and gentrification in Oakland. Perhaps it's time for them to give back to Oakland and forgive all back rents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Quaid?
Yes.
You have to speak next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. So I wanted to urge all council people to pass this ordinance right away. My name is Quaid Gallagher. I'm a resident and tenant in Councilperson Bass's district, so I'm very appreciative of this ordinance. And I also want to urge that we need to pass more ordinances that take that have stronger language in them, especially targeting these corporate speculators who own so much housing here and who are by and far the most able to deal with rent suspension. I also would like to ask for clarification on how this rent liability turns into a debt if it's no longer a consumer debt, and what the guidelines around that is going to be, and when those will be released if they're still being worked on. And also urge that we shouldn't have rent be turned into debt. It needs to be suspended right away. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much for your comments, Quaid. We're moving to the next speaker. I show Della Luna. Della, give us just a moment to cue you up. Della, can you say something?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I would like to support what I've heard experts in the community speak to in passing this ordinance immediately. As is, I don't want to see any delays. And I also want to say that it is just a first step. We can't discuss back rent if we aren't discussing back work. So that needs to be acknowledged. And I'd like to see the council and the city be creative and use Oakland resources for Oakland. And I'd love to see creative ways that the cannabis tax could be used, to help people in Oakland. So I want this to be the beginning, and we really need, this isn't the dress rehearsal, you know what I mean? This is time to act. So I appreciate all the action. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your comments. I show Art Blacksher. Just a moment as we cue you up, Art. Art?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Yes, I'm a life Oaklander, lived here all my life, worked and lived in Oakland. My biggest concern is that, as has been in the past, currently, and as we move into the future, African American Black people have been on the bottom of the totem pole of receiving any kind of compensation for hard times. I'm in hopes that this council will remember that when issuing and allocating funds out to address social and homeless needs, specifically for African American and for our elderly. They're suffering. 70% of homelessness are African American. So please keep that in mind when it comes time to take care of all of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. I see Carolina Martin Ramos next in the queue. Carolina, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much. This is Carolina Martin Ramos, Director of Programs and Advocacy with Centro Legal de la Raza, and we'd like to thank the distinguished leadership and Council Members Bass and Parker and Cobb for supporting the tenant eviction moratorium. Also, we want to talk about how we appreciate Kaplan's support of COVID-19 justice for unhoused people. Specifically, we're concerned about city encampment suites. We'd like to ask that Oakland follow the CDC guidance to end city encampment suites unless individual housing units are made available. According to the CDC, clearing encampments can cause people to disperse throughout the community and break connections with service providers. This increases the potential for infectious disease spread. We'd also ask to stop towing cars, RVs, and trailers that are people's homes. People can't shelter in place while their homes are being towed.
I'm terribly sorry. We had to cut the time, and then I'm having my own technical difficulties. Aaron Eckhouse, are you able to speak?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, and we're ready for you. Please begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Aaron Eckhouse, speaking as the Regional Organizing Director for California YIMBY, as well as a member of East Bay for Everyone and a renter in District 1. I'd like to thank council and staff for their work on this ordinance and getting this critical issue done before the first of the month comes around and people start missing rents because of their missed paychecks and getting eviction notices. You have renters who are struggling to pay rent before this crisis, and this is only going to make things worse. Strongly supportive of passing the ordinance, and also like to echo the call for Oakland to follow CDC guidance and end clearances of homeless encampments because of the risk that could pose to the residents of those encampments and the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much. I'm showing a phone number with the extension of 5345 as the next speaker. Hello.
Hello, this is Asada Oligbala. I would like to call for a 90-day grace period for property owners related to their property tax that is due on April the 10th. I'd also like to ask that in the future we give more consideration to the issues around landowners and property owners. And at the same time, I want to thank Mr. Art Blackshear for his comments on the need to address African American needs. Thank you.
So good. Thank you, Ms. Olabala. We have the next speaker. We have the next speaker lined up. I have Sky. Bear with us just a second, Sky. Hold on just a second.
Miracle. They will have
Sky?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sky. I'm just an organizer with Asian Pacific Environmental Network. So I'm urge all the city council member to pass this ordinance as is today, because with stable housing, we could make sure that we could stop the spread of COVID-19, and we need this eviction moratorium now. So we can use this moratorium to protect our low-income tenant who will be dealing with long-term impact of this pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sky. We're moving to the next speaker. I show Sharena. Sharena, I want to make sure that we can hear you. Hold on just a moment. Sharena?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Sharina, and I live in Deep East Oakland. I'm a community organizer, and I organize with several organizations throughout the community. And I'm very concerned about the homeless and how they're going to make it through this this epidemic. And also, I'm worried about myself, along with a lot of other Black and brown people in the community, is how are we going to pay our rent if we can't go to work? And dealing with landlords with not being able to pay rent, it's stressful. So is it something that's written up to explain to landlords of what the steps are going to be, and is there a time frame of giving people a chance to pay back? Because I don't even see how people are going to be able to pay rent back and be in such a crisis, the crisis that we're in. So it's kind of, I'm not understanding that, and we need more support.
I'm terribly sorry to have had to cut you off, but your time had elapsed, ma'am. I'm sorry. We have what appears to be still 15 speakers in the queue. The last speaker that I saw on the item had the last name of Chaney, C-H-A-N-E-Y. Could be C. Haney, and I want to apologize if I've misspoken. And I'm seeing another 7 individuals, 6 or 7 individuals in the container. Madam President, what is the mechanism that we're going to use to terminate the speakers, because this seems to be ongoing, unlike the speaker card?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Clerk. As per our rules, the cutoff of speaker time was at the time that you announced that at the beginning of the item. And so we'll take the public speakers through those who so indicated at that time.
Thank you so much. So moving to the next speaker with the phone number, excuse me. I'm sorry. We have ML. Thank you so much. I have a speaker by the name of ML.
Yes, hi, this is Matthew Lewis. I wanted to speak about, there's 4 things I've noticed where the draft ordinance is missing best practices that were used by other localities in their ordinances. And I want to recommend that the ordinance be amended to close those loopholes / deficiencies. I also submitted written public comment around midnight in case I get cut off, so you can see those there. The first one is that there's no section around civil enforcement, like civil penalties, which has been in every other locality's ordinance. Second, there's no provision around criminal penalties. For both of those, I recommend copying Alameda County's ordinance to solve that issue. At least the language that was posted on their agenda. I don't know if it was changed from that. Number 2, Berkeley specifically changed the word substantial to material when referring to loss of income to cover more tenants, because if you lose a small amount in raw dollars, but it's a large percentage of your income, you might be excluded. So please change that.
Thank you so much for keeping to the time. I have Cora. Cora, just give us a moment. Cora, whenever you're ready.
Yes, my name is Cora Robinson. I am a small owner. I own a duplex, a 1-unit duplex in the city of Oakland, and I am impacted as well. So I just want to clarify that there needs to be emphasis on the small homeowner. I do have a mortgage. I rely on my renter to pay his rent on time. in order for me to pay my mortgage on time. There's so much help for tenants that it's just impossible for a landlord to get help. So please include something in there to help me. I am a single woman doing this by myself, and I have a business that's been heavily impacted. And, you know, just include the landlords as well, the property owners as well.
Thank you, Cora. I have Ruben Jr. as the next speaker. We are going to stop speakers after Chaney, Chaney. That was the last name in the queue when we announced the speakers initially. Thank you. Ruben?
Hello? Hello, this is Ruben Leal Jr., lifetime resident of the Fruitvale District, also one of the 42 defendants on the 2010 gang injunction. And we needed this moratorium before this crisis, y'all. Come on, let's be real. We needed this before this crisis, and now y'all trying to pass this moratorium and acting like y'all want a pat on the back. This is not enough. This is not enough. Like many people have said, what are folks gonna do after this moratorium's done and they have to pay that back rent, huh? Come on, what are they gonna do? There's already a moratorium. The sheriff can't evict nobody right now. They're not gonna evict nobody. This is not enough. Y'all need to add rent forgiveness to it to make it stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. I appreciate your comments. We move now to Nita B. Nita?
Hey, Ernie, hold on. I'm on the mic right now. Hold on, okay?
Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I didn't even realize that my phone was fucking not muted. I apologize for that. So I just wanted to say I'm like multitasking, as many of us probably are at this moment. So I say pass the moratorium, take care of the town. When I say the town, that's specifically talking about Black folks and brown folks and indigenous people. That's why I specifically say the town and not Oakland. We are trying to end homelessness, right? So do not create a new massive surge of homelessness. What this economic earthquake has created by this shelter in place has shown us that the workers are the spine of the United States. And this includes working class mom and pops, shops who have been the life and blood of the town for decades, even beyond gentrification, even when the government was neglecting this city. It is devastating that thousands of working class and poor folks are being thrown into economic crisis and housing uncertainty. But to elevate this hardship, the landed class and landed families need to share this burden. That's what equity is. That is the essence of equity. We can practice that right now. One should not expect back rent. I like what that sister said. No back rent if they're talking about back pay. And we have all lost our jobs, all of us. And the landlords did too. So for the single family landlords.
I'm sorry, Nita, thank you. We had to cut your time. We're keeping everyone as closely as we can to the 1 minute. I have William Cornu, who is next in the queue. William?
Hi, my name is William Chornow, and I'm a small property owner, a member of ACE, and also a member of Property Owners for Fair Housing. And I want to thank you for this ordinance. I urge you to pass it in its current form. I agree with people that saying it is not enough. We have to continue and find some way to deal with the debt that's going to be accumulated by people that aren't working during the crisis. And we also need us to be raised as a priority. Our homeless are currently still very, very much at risk, and we need to find some solution to aid social distancing of homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. We're moving to the next speaker. That's Victoria Fierce. Victoria, hold on just a second. Hold on a moment, Victoria. And go.
Hi, I'm Victoria Fierce. I'm with East Bay for Everyone. I think this is a great ordinance. Thank you guys so much for working on it. I appreciate the comments a person made earlier about civil and criminal penalties and changing the substantial language. I think those are things we need to revise in this. As far as stuff kind of outside the ordinance is, I'm curious what, if staff or the council could comment on this, what the admin guidelines are for what the city has in mind for collecting back rent. and making sure that tenants have information when the city puts it out to report violators and inform them that the courts in Alameda County are still closed, so evictions can't be processed anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. We're moving to the next speaker with the cell phone number 510-612-3165. Are you there, caller?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Yes, my name is Mary Forte. I'm a resident and small landlord owner in District 7, property that's been in the family since the 1950s. I support the eviction moratorium, but I also say, as a previous speaker, there needs to be something in some of these ordinances to help landlords. The landlords still have to pay expenses, such as waste management, utilities, and ongoing maintenance. If waste management is not paid up, you put a lien on our property, and if you think illegal dumping is bad now, wait and see how bad it'll be if landlords cannot pay their waste management bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. The next speaker I have is Tishaka. Bear with us just a second as we queue you up. Tishaka, are you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Shaka Barrows. I'm actually the Chief Executive Officer with the W. Hayward Burns Institute, and I've been in Oakland many years as a renter, and was able to buy a house in District 3 in West Oakland. And I've had renters in my house rent rooms. And I just think this is a values issue at this point. You don't want to have people on the street. So we need this moratorium. We need to understand that people living in homes who pay mortgages are opening up their homes. They're making money off renting those rooms. And that's a decision that people make. And so we want to support them too. But absolutely, evictions need to be halted, stopped. And we have a long-term issue with the gentrification, the impact of the extremely high rents. People are not going to easily be able to overcome not paying rent for 2 or 3 months. So as others have said, I think that needs to be planned for as well. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your comments. We're moving to the last speaker in the queue. 7 additional people signed up after we called the order and set forth the number of speakers that we intended to hear. We're going to encourage these last individuals to sign up for open forum to the extent that it is at the end of the agenda, and you can make your statement there. I'm moving to the last speaker, Steve Cheney. Bear with me just a second. Steve Cheney, I'm sorry. Steve Cheney, are you able to speak?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I just want to thank council members Bass and Cal for taking the initiative in presenting this. As someone who's a lifetime Oakland resident and business owner, this is something that is very important and urgent. I would like to encourage the city to make sure that seniors are prioritized in this. Oakland has a large population of unhoused seniors, majority Black seniors. And also thinking about our small businesses. This will be detrimental to the Oakland economy after this is over. And realizing that there's going to be a good amount of tech companies that will leave after this is over. And it will be the small businesses that will continue to strive and that will continue to bring business downtown Oakland. So making sure that the small businesses are protected. And like everybody else said, rent. Everybody's working on this. Shout out to ACE and everyone who is doing this work. Partner with them and find out what's needed, because we have been doing this for years and asking for some.
Thank you so much. So, Madam President and members, those are all of the individuals that have signed up. There are others who have their hand raised. We're going to ask you to go and sign up for item 7, and we're going to lower your hand. It's a total of 8 individuals. You know who you are. Madam President.
Thank you very much. And as we get to each item, there will be an opportunity to raise hands for each subsequent item.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you to everyone who's been working so hard on this issue at every level, including Councilmember Boss and Calb and everybody in the community who helped put this together. It is much appreciated, and we know there is much to be done. In terms of where we're at right now procedurally, there is a motion that is before us.
And Madam Chair, I just want to interject that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 council members that appear to be in the queue.
Yes, and we also have a member of the administration who has some things to add as well. So in terms of where we're at, there is a motion before us, and let me actually turn it back over to the lead author in terms of, I understand that Councilmember Bass had some requests in terms of who was going to respond to some of the points. Councilmember Bass.
Sure, thank you, Council President Kaplan. Just given the number of comments and questions from both the council members and the public, I thought it might be helpful to hear from our city attorney to potentially address the issues of enforcement that came up and whether some of our existing enforcement and penalties under our rental laws and our eviction laws apply to this ordinance. And then secondly, wanted to invite the new director of our Housing and Community Development Department to potentially also speak to education and outreach to the tenant and landlord community, as well as to Council Member Taylor's proposed amendment regarding.
Thank you very much. So can we have those, I believe it's first the attorneys?
Yes, this is City Attorney Parker. Laura Lane will answer those questions. And I think she has her hand up.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we can hear you. You're on.
Sorry.
Attorney Lane, go ahead.
Yes, so the questions were about enforcement. Well, we still have the tenant protection ordinance as a primary protection in Oakland against harassment by landlords. There are restrictions under state law that limit our ability to prohibit landlords from, for example, serving a notice, but we are requiring that all of the notices that are served have information regarding tenants' rights under this ordinance in the notice. And those notices would not be enforceable if they didn't include that language. Were there other questions?
Thank you very much. Let's welcome and go to our new HCD director.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all of the members, City Administrator Falk, and Madam Mayor, and the members of the public. I will just briefly say my name is Shola Olatoye, and I'm the new Director of Housing and Community Development. And I first just wanted to say to members of the public that we are open for business. Residents who have questions, our staff are working. We are available for on-call, call-in questions and answers regarding tenant protection rights. I appreciate the questions around how this ordinance will be communicated to residents and to landlords. I will say this, the work of our rent adjustment program led by Ms. Shanae Miner, who's also listening in, has already done a good job in ensuring that folks know about some of the existing tenant protection laws. We are working to expand that effort to include this moratorium, specifically going a very direct social media campaign, expanding our web presence, and utilizing our multilingual web presence, mailing opportunities, et cetera, to ensure that residents know their rights, know the rights that are currently on the books. So this is another opportunity for us to drill down and to make sure Oakland residents understand their rights as it relates to overall tenant protections, but specifically this moratorium that is before us today. The second point that I'd like to raise, and I want to applaud Council Member Taylor. We share the spirit of wanting our policy to be data driven and to be data infused. And it's something that we've spent a lot of time talking about and thinking about. There are efforts currently underway to build out a rental registry to ensure that we are collecting information and so that we can actually have a comprehensive look at the impacts on residents, the impact on owners, and to be able to communicate as such. So this is something that's a high priority for my team in administration, and something that I look forward to working with your office, Councilmember Taylor, and the rest of the council as we continue to address this immediate crisis, but more importantly, think more broadly about how we ensure that information gets to those who need it. So I'm happy to answer other questions, but I'll go back on mute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for that, and welcome. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Next in the queue, we have Councilmember Lynette Gibson McElhaney. Thank you and greetings again. Can we unmute? There you go, Councilmember McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to appreciate everyone who has weighed in on this critical discussion at this time. As I've listened to the testimony today, I'm reminded of the old adage that says that when America gets a cold, Black folks catch pneumonia. And many of the speakers have talked about the systemic and grotesque persistence in economic inequality as it visits Black and Brown communities. I appreciate that today we are taking a step to minimize the disruption that the COVID-19 pandemic has created in our community. And I know that we will, together with all of the electeds in this region, advocate for even more long-term solutions that provide a correction for us to stabilize our community, particularly with our marginalized ownership class that includes property owners, the elders who have called in about how thin their margins are no margins at all, as Ms. Cora described, being a single woman who relies upon winch just to live. And so I know that we all stand in agreement, but I wanted to just speak out as we move to stabilize this current environment for our tenants, that they are not displaced. I also want to call out any of the people who are owners without conscience that have issued threats, who have moved to be aggressive with their residential or commercial tenants, that now is not the time for incivility. If there's anything that has demonstrated to each of us that we are interwoven and connected, it has been the pandemic known as COVID-19. Whether you are in a poor rural community in Africa or you're living in Buckingham Palace, it knows and does not discriminate. And in this moment that is so pregnant with an opportunity for us to see ourselves in oneness, we have to know that what we do to someone else is what we do to ourselves. And so just from the place of being a leader, we are asking for your moral conscience to rule more than a push for greed or a bottom line. That being said, we also know that this temporary moratorium, which by legislation intends to terminate at the end of May or unless extended, through the crisis, we know that there are some situations where there may have been evictions in process from bad actors who may have been late in their payments or had violated their agreements, and nothing in our action today wants to stop or disrupt maintaining a sense of the moral obligations that are there. Madam President, you spoke earlier about this being unanimous, and in that spirit, I think that we all should be added in some respects with as co-authors with the attorney and our colleagues, so that what we're saying to the world, and particularly as we're looking for this to be model legislation, as we did with the Department of Race and Equity, that we all stand united in putting this forward and making sure that we're speaking clearly, that we are seeking to put our arms around this community so that when we emerge on the other side of the pandemic, we have not accelerated displacement or a loss of the love life culture that makes Oakland so unique, so wonderful, so beautiful in its diversity, both with respect to income, race, gender, religion, faith, or no faith, that our diverse, inclusive, radical community will continue to have fertile soil in which to grow and to prosper. That is my comment, and I speak in strong support of the measure. Again, thanks to City Attorney Barbara Parker, Council Members Cobb and Fortunato Bass.
Thank you very much, Councilmember McElhaney, and thank you for bringing the all-in spirit to this conversation. Next in the queue, if we could please unmute Councilmember Sheng Tao. Councilmember Sheng Tao is next in the queue.
Thank you. I just unmuted myself. First, I want to thank all of our frontline essential workers during this pandemic, including our nurses, doctors, grocery store workers, officers, firefighters, and everyone else who are on the front lines. I also want to thank everyone who have come together to donate the personal protective equipment for all those that are on the front line, and for everyone who are complying with and staying at home to help save lives. By working together as a community, we will get through this crisis together and begin the work of healing. In order to ensure that we are doing all that we can to flatten the COVID-19 curve for the public health and welfare, we must take action to ensure that our Oakland residents are kept housed and take steps to limit the spread of COVID-19. Many of our families and residents were already living on the margins, especially our Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. And now with this pandemic and the shelter in place at home order, which is needed, many residents are being laid off and their wages have been deeply cut. Moreover, our small businesses, who are the backbone of our beautiful city, are being hit very hard as well. And we're seeing that they are having to make extremely hard decisions just to stay afloat. I also want to acknowledge that the negative impacts due to COVID-19 will continue even after COVID-19 is better managed and controlled. Moreover, many homeowners who rent out their homes are also living on the margins. And I want to thank Governor Newsom for working with the 200 financial institutions to waive mortgages for the next 90 days. But we must continue to reach out to our state and federal leaders to have all mortgages be waived or suspended during this time of crisis, and to further advocate for financial support for rent forgiveness. This ordinance is absolutely needed, and I want to thank the authors for making the amendments that were uploaded this morning, so there's stronger clarity around this ordinance for everyone, including the removal of the consumer debt language. I also want to acknowledge the thorough work on this ordinance as well, because I know that you've all really thought about the implementation plan. And so having those plans for how we move forward with education within our community for our residents and small business, as I stated earlier, is extremely important to me, because if we have this ordinance on the books and nobody knows about it, or the people who are hit hardest don't know about it, then what kind of justice are we doing? And so would love to help with getting the word out. And I know that all of us as leaders of the city of Oakland will also help to get the word out. I do have a couple of questions in regards to the ordinance. In regards to renters paying back their rental payments, if there is a timeline or if this is something that's worked out with the landlord. In regards to, and this is the next question is for city staff, is to speak in regards, I know that there were some public speakers who were speaking in regards to the governor's work with the 200 financial institution to waive mortgages for 90 days and what the relationship of that is in regards to how it connects to renters. And then also, I know there's information out there, but if city staff can also speak upon the property tax extension for property owners as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe the co-authors were responding, that they wanted to respond to that. I saw first Mr. President Pro Tem Kalb. All right.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You're on. And now he's muted again. Can we unmute Mr. Kalb?
We unmuted him. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, you know what? We'll keep taking the questions and we'll come back to the co-authors at the end. Next in the queue.
How's that?
Oh, we got you?
Can you hear?
It's still not working quite right. We'll let the other members put out their questions and we'll come back to the co-authors at the end. If you're using a phone and a computer, you might be getting feedback. So let's go to Councilmember Noel Gallo next in the queue. And let's mute Kalb while we figure out what's going on with his feedback.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Again, there's two specific questions that and certainly we're doing a lot of door-to-door in terms of neighborhood, in terms of, and also the business community, providing information not only in English but in Espanol también. So it's really important that we have translations as well. And our office is available for the Spanish translation. But the questions that I have is in section 7, the definition of substantial loss of income for both residential and commercial tenants. If we can clarify or define what substantial means. And secondly, what is the proposed timeline for payment of back rent? I think if you look at San Francisco's resolution, there's the 6 months. And if you can answer those two for me, that would be really helpful.
Excellent, thank you. If the co-authors would take note of the questions and we'll come back to you as we collect them. Next in the queue, I had Councilmember Lauren Taylor. If we can unmute Mr. Taylor.
Can you guys hear me?
You're on.
All right. So also want to thank the time for everybody and thank everyone who took the time to listen and participate in this discussion. It's great to see that we're in such strong agreement about this effort, not only needing to pass, but also the fact that it is just the first step. I will be voting for it and also stand committed to not just stop there, but continue working with my colleagues, city staff, and so many other partners that are on the line and those who aren't, to do what needs to be done to support Oakland renters, small businesses, and property owners. I think everyone's acknowledged the fact that we have an unresolved aspect when these rents become due, the back rents become due, and that's sort of the next thing that we need to focus on. As we head towards that, it's going to take not just what we can do at our level, the city level, but at the state level as well, and we're working in partnership with the banks. And so glad to have been able to start some of those initial conversations, look forward to doing more. I also want to acknowledge Director Olatoye and her commitment to really be intentional with the use of data and evaluation, not just for this policy, but for other policies. I think that's something that we do need to continue to focus on within our city, because if we are not going to be able to improve what we don't measure, and we can't prepare for the road ahead if we are not reviewing and consciously observing the landscape around us. With that, I also do think that we need to really sort of address how we off ramp at the end of the emergency declaration, given the fact that these payments are sort of ballooning. And if we don't have the answer now, I understand that we're at least buying ourselves a little bit of time to get there and have those final decisions. On the communication side and getting the word out and the partnership, it is absolutely critical that everyone's aware, and so extend my office's sort of availability and support as well to city staff as we move forward in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And next in the queue, I have Mr. Vice Mayor Larry Reed. Larry Reed, Vice Mayor, is in the queue. If we can unmute Larry. And you're on, sir. Larry Reed? All right, it looks like that connection dropped. And so let's take it back to Nikki Bass. Let's turn on Councilmember Bass. Councilmember Bass, I believe you're on?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Again, thank you for everyone who's participating. This is truly an urgent issue. I just wanted to respond to a few of the things and then really try to move us on. Just first, in terms of the questions, Councilmember Gallo, your questions in terms of Section 7. I do want to reiterate, since this has come up in Councilmember Taylor's questions as well, this is a really important section because it relates to tenants in Oakland not being able to pay the rent during this health crisis. I stated in my opening remarks that there are a number of things that I believe are more appropriate to do through regulations, including the definitions that you discussed, as well as the timelines. I think it's really important as this is this economic and health crisis is rolling out, that we ensure that tenants have the flexibility to work with their landlords regarding how any back rent is due. I will also say that, as my colleagues have said, as members of the public have said, this is our first immediate step. This is a step that we can take as a council because we have the legal authority to regulate evictions as well as rents. We have to do so much more in order to make sure that all of us, whether we're renters, homeowners, landlords, small businesses, all of us have what we need in order to stay healthy and in order to ensure an economy that works for all of us. So we have important work ahead to continue to lobby the state and federal government and the banks. I also wanted to share that Governor Newsom, as we've been speaking, issued a statewide eviction moratorium. I've only just scanned it, haven't had a chance to digest it yet. I do believe it is still incredibly important for us as Oakland to pass this moratorium today because it addresses some of our specific needs here in Oakland. And lastly, I'll just say that, as some of you commented, even before the health pandemic, we've had a crisis in our city in terms of homelessness, in terms of housing insecurity. And in moments of crisis, whether it's this current health pandemic, the smoke that we had 2 years ago, natural or climate disasters, it is always the most vulnerable among us who are economic insecure, who are unsheltered, who are Black, Brown, Indigenous, who bear the brunt of the burden during a crisis. And so as we consider this ordinance today, I want to make sure that we are all centering ourselves as elected leaders whose work is to represent our constituents and move forward in the interest of the public good, that we are really centering this work around the most vulnerable in this time of crisis. So my motion on the floor, which was seconded by Councilmember Kalb, still stands. I did want to say respectfully to Councilmember Taylor, I always appreciate your attention to and your commitment to collecting data, making sure that we are data driven and able to really adhere to goals and outcomes. I will also say respectfully that I think that in this time of crisis, it is important for us to make sure that we are supporting our staff who is operating at just a fraction of their capacity to address the things that are most urgent. And I think more urgent than collecting data at this time is making sure that our staff can do the education and outreach that is needed with both tenants and landlords to make sure that people know that this eviction moratorium will be in effect and what resources they have as the 1st of April looms and as this crisis continues. So I want to call the question and ask respectfully Council President to call the vote.
Thank you very much for that. And so we do, I believe, now have back on the line, just so we will get to the vote forthwith, but we do have, I believe, back on the line Mr. Vice Mayor Larry Reed, whose phone was cut off previously. Mr. Reed, did you wish to speak at this time? Mr. Reed? I see he has removed his hand raised. So thank you for that. And so we have a call of the question. The motion has been presented. Madam Clerk,
Madam
please
President.
call the...
Madam President.
Yes, Councilmember.
This is Councilmember McElhaney. I just wanted to ask the co-authors to list. I would like to be listed, but the proposal that I made was for all of us to be listed as co-authors on this, and I didn't hear Councilmember Bass speak to that.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm trying to track all of your comments, and I'm sorry that I missed that. Assuming this will be a unanimous vote, which I hope it will be, then I am happy to have all of you on board joining me.
Thank you very much. And again, as this is an audio meeting, we're required to do this by roll call votes. We're required to do everything by roll call vote. I would remind us all that our work is not done. I would remind the council members that we have more items on our agenda, so don't log off after the vote. And thank you all. And that, yes, obviously, we'll take the vote and know that we still have more to do, and much appreciate this important step. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And hold on just a second. I, like you all, are also am also juggling a few things. As it relates to the emergency moratorium, excuse me, in terms of the eviction moratorium emergency ordinance, I want to make sure that for the purposes of the vote that we can hear the Vice Mayor, because it will be essential. I see his hand is up, but I don't know. I'm going to take it down, and I want his hand to go up so that it is reflective of his vote when we get to him. Okay, and so with the proposed amendments as made by Councilmember Boss and Councilmember Cobb, as read into record, Councilmember Boss.
Aye.
Gallo. Councilmember Gallo?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Council Pro Tem Cobb? Mr. Cobb?
Yes, aye.
Okay. Councilmember McElhaney?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reed, we may have to come back to you if you're unable to raise your hand. Okay, we may come back to you. I just wanted to make sure that I gave an opportunity. Vice Mayor Reed did raise his hand, showing that, reflecting that as an aye. Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Tao?
Aye.
And Council President Kaplan?
Aye.
And the emergency moratorium ordinance is introduced and final passed as amended with a vote of 8 ayes.
Thank you so very much, and appreciation to everyone who worked so hard to get this together quickly. So again, as I noted before, we will next take item 2 and then 4 and then 3. So the other 2 COVID items, item 2 and item 4, we'll take those 2 next. So I'll let the clerk officially call that item. Thank you.
If I'm hearing you correctly, item 2 and item 4, which both bear in some form in their title the reference to COVID-19. Item 2 is the interim guidelines on homelessness and COVID-19. It is a resolution requesting the city administrator to follow the Center for Disease Control interim guidelines on homelessness and COVID-19 to only clear encampments if individual housing units or alternative shelter is provided. As it relates to item 4, it consists of 2 pieces of legislation. The first, a resolution requesting the city administrators to acquire buildings, facilities, and supplies for the provision of aid and housing to the homeless residents to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in homeless communities, and authorizing the city administrator to seek reimbursement from the federal government for costs associated with the acquisition. Excuse me. And the second resolution, waiving advertising and bidding and request for proposals, qualifications, requirements, advertising, and authorizing the city administrator to award an emergency contract in an amount up to $1,600,000 to obtain emergency waste collection services at homeless encampments in Oakland, and to allocate $1.6 million in fiscal year 2019 through 2021 of general purpose funds for the contract, and seek reimbursement from federal agencies for reimbursement of the cost of the contract. At this time, I am going to ask the members of the public to raise their hands. We're going to give you about 15 seconds to raise your hands.
If you wish to speak on these items.
And this is as to items 2 and item 4. In the interest of trying to take them together, Madam Chair, in light of the 2 items being taken together, please tell us how much time you would like to afford the members of the public when we get to the public speaking portion. At this time, I believe you want a staff presentation.
Thank you very much. I will kick us off. And again, thank you everyone for getting together for this meeting timely so that we could take action on this crisis facing our communities. As you might have heard, the Centers for Disease Control has released guidelines regarding homelessness and dealing with homeless encampments in the context of the COVID-19 disease. And of course, we also know that many of you and many of us have been working on the issues of homelessness long before this crisis, and that this type of crisis in some ways only increases the urgency of many things that we knew. And yet we find ourselves facing additional directives, including directives from our state, from our county, as well as even from the federal government regarding this particular crisis. And so I bring before you today these 3 resolutions to implement steps that come out of that guidance, both in terms of that both the county and the state have issued shelter in place, and the Centers for Disease Control have has issued guidance related to preventing the spread of disease, including amongst the homeless. And so item 2 is the resolution specific to the CDC guidelines. And in this, we are asking the council to adopt the CDC guidelines and direct that encampments not be cleared unless appropriate alternative housing or shelter is provided. I would also note the addendum. The addendum is also uploaded in Legistar and explains what that alternative shelter is. That due to the coronavirus guidelines, cannot put separate individuals into the same room together. And so that is explained, as well as, of course, not taking away a vehicle that someone is living in, which is a guidance that we've given before as a council, but which has increased issue in terms of the risk it puts people in the context of the spread of disease. And so those items are in the documents that are uploaded on Legistar and are before us. In addition, item 4 provides 2 steps. 1, the authorization to acquire buildings and facilities in order to enable the homeless residents to shelter in place, as has been directed pursuant to the COVID-19 directives from public health authorities. And item 2, authorizing the administration to enter into a contract for standardized trash pickup services using trash carts and trucks to remove trash from encampments, and authorizing them to enter into that contract. And in both of those items, it includes specifically also authorization to submit these to FEMA, that's the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to FEMA for reimbursement, or to any other reimbursement programs as may exist or be put into existence for the coronavirus crisis. There has been direction given, and this was explained to us by state officials. This has been declared an emergency in such a way that we are entitled to seek reimbursement for actions taken to prevent the spread of disease. The trash pickup would allow the trash to be lifted in the carts that are picked up by the truck, so personnel wouldn't have to touch things in a way that would risk the spread of disease. And of course, the authorization to put people into suitable housing to get them off the streets and out of an environment where they would be at risk of the spread of disease is also in furtherance, furtherance both, frankly, of humanity and of understanding that we care about each other, but also in furtherance of the legal directives that have been handed down. And so I present these items to you, and I know it's kind of unusual as the presiding officer, but I would like to introduce a motion to adopt these 3 resolutions, the one numbered 2 and the ones under number 4. And I'm now seeing a queue of council members. I see Councilmember Shang Tao first up with the hand raised.
Second.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Dan Kolb, President Pro Tem Dan Kolb.
Okay.
Oh, and Mr. Kolb, I'm sorry, I believe I announced this at the beginning. Mr. Kolb joined as a co-author.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. We can hear you.
Great. Yeah, I want to thank you. I want to speak in favor of this, and I want to also comment in particular. As you know, I'm asking for increased trash pickups and trash collections at all our homeless encampments for months now, and pushing that forward, bring this forward, and adding me as a co-author on that particular resolution. So I thank you for that. Happy to support this. Was there any clarification that was needed? This is a question on the term versus offering versus providing housing. Is the word offering housing the appropriate term in terms of making sure we're offered housing? Is there clarification needed on that by staff or by the author? So that's one question. I think just in general, to make sure that residents, and then we're talking here now about our homeless residents, are protected and in terms of making sure they're kept, that they can keep their distance from each other and from everybody else to slow and stop the spread of this virus. If there are homeless residents, individual homeless residents who may be at an encampment, who are at an exhibiting known to have come in contact with somebody who is known to have had the virus, basically from the encampment and put in some, whether it's a hotel room or to prevent further spread of that disease. And I think that's something that everybody wants, including people who are living at the homeless encampments. I assume that's already our or the county's efforts already, but I just want to make sure people are aware of that, and isolating those who may have or likely have the virus is essential for including our homeless residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in the queue, I have Councilmember Noel Gallo.
Thank you, and thank you for the resolutions. This is an activity we know extremely well in District 5, since our community, our neighbors, volunteers do this for every Saturday and Sunday for the last 7 years. And so we appreciate getting not only the encampments, but the surrounding neighborhood and up and down the street clean. And so the only question that I have is, when is that going to happen? When is it going to get done? And just to be clear with the public, so when they do see the trash over this weekend, because we're not going out there, so I can refer back to when it's going to get done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in the queue, I have Councilmember Lynette Gibson McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. I really want to appreciate your leadership in bringing this forward so quickly. A few questions that have come in from constituents in District 3 has to do with limiting or managing the encampments. What, if anything, would be done to stop new encampments from just showing up, driving a capacity challenge for the city? And how will the administration address concerns of camps where there's known violence or repeated fires or threats to public safety? We have a couple of encampments in District 3 where there have been cited for concerns that are on city property. I know that there's a separate issue with jurisdictions, like, for example, Barton under the BART tracks. But if you could speak to if there's anything contemplated in what we're passing today that would prevent the administration from taking action where there is a public health or safety concern that is significant and dangerous. People have cited COVID-19 as a potential threat, particularly with camps that are, close to or near places where children frequent their own homes. And again, what would the administration do if there were a number of new camps that sought to take advantage of how we are proceeding with a compassionate way of managing the current camps?
Thank you very much for that. And of course, this doesn't prohibit taking action against misconduct, but we will, I'm sorry, I see a new hand just popped up. Director Benson. Director Benson, were you intending to speak to that?
No, I had a separate question. This is Adam, and I can ask that once the council members are done asking their questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And so again, this item does also request that we pursued reimbursement as well for providing the housing. And, I did want to acknowledge, of course, that this is not something that the city should be expected to do by ourselves. Our advocacy and the advocacy of everybody on the line needs to continue with regard to the state and the county. I know there was a lot of press coverage about saying the state was making hotels available to house the homeless, but it does not appear that hotel rooms have actually been provided to the homeless in any significant number, and that most are being held only for those who test positive for COVID-19 and not, in fact, in the numbers needed for a prevention measure to get people off the streets to prevent them from catching it in the first place. And so I want to be clear that in asking the city to step up, I am not meaning to say that we don't keep fighting hard for action at the state level and the county level, and for everybody to take more action in that regard. And so Now let's see. I'm sorry, to the administrator, there was a question about if there's a problem at an encampment, such as an act of violence, and there was a question about new encampments that was directed to the administration. Mr. Administrator,
So
yeah.
I think either Assistant Administrator Smith or Darielle Dunstan, who is here, if you can unmute them, can speak to those questions.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. This is Darielle, Council President. To your question about new encampments and being able to prevent public safety concerns, the city would like to maintain its ability to maintain the public safety. And so we respectfully ask that any legislation that is passed does not hinder the city's ability to be able to maintain public safety. With that said, we are all in alignment that during this public health crisis, none of us are in the business of displacing folks, and we absolutely believe that people should shelter where they are, and we should provide the services where they are. And it is not the administration's intention to be moving folks, to be closing encampments at all. I want to be very clear about that. With that said, should there be a need to close an encampment due to an imminent, and by imminent I mean someone's life is in jeopardy, someone's safety is in jeopardy, or someone's health is in jeopardy, then the administration would need the ability to be able to act, to be able to intervene. And so to the extent possible, we respectfully ask that any legislation that is considered does not hinder that ability. And we also would like clarification about the provision of individual units and alternative shelter. Oftentimes we are in a position to offer that, but a person, they can decline those services. And so if we can get clarification on what exactly does it mean to provide, I think that would be helpful. So with that said, thank you.
So, Madam President, before we go there, this again, Councilmember Lynette Gibson McElhaney, through the President to Mr. Dunson, I'm looking over the legislation now, and it appears to me to be broad enough to give the administration that discretion that you're seeking. And I want to be able to provide assurance to my constituents that we are not simultaneously securing some of our unhoused while making them less safe if there are bad actors in the camps. So, but I'm curious from your perspective, is there more precise language that the administration believes is necessary for you to have that discretion to live into the intent of this while also doing the other part?
Thank you for noting that as you read it, it does not prevent that. And I think perhaps what the administration and staff was needing is just our assurance that yes, we agree that that's what we mean, that no, this does not mean you can't take action regarding someone who commits violence, commits an assault, respond to those situations as was explained. So yes, that is the intent, and in terms of, and also as they've said, they don't wish to do anything that would risk the spread as well. So I think there is alignment there.
Madam President, if I can be clear though, with respect to, we know that even with the additional resources that are coming from the state, that it is difficult, particularly given a skeleton crew, to maintain or service the expanded service that we wish to contemplate for the existing encampments. And I want to be clear from you as the maker of this motion, what is it that we want to signal with respect to new encampments and there being a demand for services or stretching our limited resources further? I hope that's making sense. It's so hard when we can't see each other, but if I can just hear from you or the administration so I can be clear as to what I'm going back to the constituents with the city's position is.
Well, certainly, and you could certainly tell them it's not that we're going to stop, intervening when somebody commits an assault. But in terms of the specific question about the strain on our city staff, which is a real thing that we need to be mindful of, the specific contract approval authorization that I'm proposing we give would actually allow the administration to enter into contract with a company to provide that help with the trash removal so that it wouldn't rely only on our staff who have so many things that they need to be doing right now to handle those needs. And then that calculation was based on the maximal number of existing encampments. This is not in any way intended as an incentive to encampments, though I would also note that the data from the point-in-time count that was conducted recently found that the overwhelming majority of people living homeless on our streets are from here. And that continues to be the pattern even with the new increased displacement as well. And then I believe was to Ms. Smith. Next, can we unmute Ms. Smith? Is she on the list?
Madam Chair, I think Darielle answered the question. I don't think we have anything more to add. I think you're right. The legislation as written with regard to the ability or not inhibiting the ability of us to take actions that are needed for public health and safety. I think the wording as is as fine. I know that the Director Benson had a question with regard to one of the resolutions.
Okay, let's have Mr. Benson.
Hi, this is Adam Benson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes. So I just wanted to clarify specifically as it relates to the waste management contract, the $1.6 million appropriation. There is a resolve clause that authorizes us to add appropriation in the 1921 General Purpose Fund. I wanted to just get clarification if it is the intent of the council to give the CAO flexibility into which year that appropriation actually belongs, or if it's intended to be appropriated now in the current fiscal year. If it is the current fiscal year, as you are aware, the council has a balanced budget requirement. And so I just wanted to also understand if that gives the city administrator the flexibility to reallocate existing general fund appropriations in order to come up with those $1.6 million in order to maintain a balanced budget, or if this is intended to be new appropriation that dips into fund balance or some other emergency reserve while we're waiting for the potential FEMA reimbursement.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was covering the full breadth of the 19 to 21 two-year cycle, both because the function potentially spreads, it might touch both years, but also it's intended to be fiscally flexible in that way, that it could be found within either of the 2 years of the budget cycle, and then with the hopes, of course, and the intention fully of submitting this to FEMA reimbursement as well. Okay. I believe.
Pardon me, Council President. This is Doriana. So if I could just get. So I don't think we need to amend the title because the
correct.
Yeah. So we're just.
But the need is already in. It was just explaining it. So I don't think we need to change the writing because it's already written that way. Thank you, Madam Attorney. And I also want to thank the attorneys for working with me quickly to turn these items around so that we could authorize these actions quickly so that we can really reduce the risk of the spread of disease. The Bay Area really stepped up sooner than a lot of places in terms of the shelter in place for everyone except those who don't have a place in which to shelter. So being able to agendize these actions timely so that the unhoused community is also protected in the middle of this public health emergency is really important. And I want to thank everybody who helped out with that. And now we have public speakers. The clerk had announced the call of the public speakers and taken a list, which was then the time for that was ended. And so I'll turn it to the clerk to call the speakers.
So we are at 17 speakers, which is consistent with the last look in the container. We have John Jones III, who has signed up. And just quickly before Mr. Jones begins to speak, we want to announce that Laura Guzman is the last speaker in this container. Thank you so much. Mr. Jones, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I also want to thank the Council President for this. This is very important, as we all know. And I just want to add something too, because I think it's very important just in terms of context. The City of Oakland was involved in a racial equity score several years ago and received the lowest score possible in 12 key categories. Homelessness is one of them. And I think that we're beyond a point of talking about the need to gather data, because anyone that's on the ground can see what's happening to our marginalized members in our community. And as someone who is also formerly homeless, you know, living unsheltered, I push back at the notion that it's like we conflate public safety with public health. We cannot criminalize those who are already marginalized, because if we be honest, if we're really serious about public safety, that does start with OPD, and there's clear correlation here in terms of the amount of money that's being spent. So at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to do something, and I want to urge you all to continue pushing forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping your comments down to 1 minute. We now have Carolina Ramos. Ms. Ramos, can you hear us and give us just a moment? There you go.
Yes. Thank
Whenever
you.
you're ready.
Thank you very much. This is Carolina Martin Ramos, Director of Programs and Advocacy with Centro Legal de la Raza. I apologize that I accidentally addressed this item 2 issue when we were discussing item 1, but I just want to reiterate really quickly that we do support COVID-19 justice for unhoused people and following CDC guidelines to end city encampment sweeps, and also that we are concerned about people who live in RVs and live in their cars, and support purchasing buildings to provide immediate, safe, and humane housing for unhoused residents. As we stated before, we are concerned for everyone, but especially Black, Indigenous, and Brown communities that are the most impacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have Risa, I believe it's Risa Jaffe. We're going to queue you up in just a moment, Risa. Give us just a second. Whenever you're ready to
Can you hear
begin.
me?
Yes.
Hi. I just want to say, yes, we definitely need to do this. This is the minimum we need to do. And just like the previous item, this is a situation that was already a problem. So as much as we can possibly do to take care of our unhoused community, get them the garbage service they need now and keep it in place permanently. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. The next person I see up in the queue is Alex Worth. Alex, give us just a moment. Whenever you're ready, Alex.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm Alex Worth with East Bay Housing Organizations, and we at EBHO encourage you to support this resolution, urging the city administrator to follow the CDC's guidelines to stop clearing all encampments unless safe, decent, and individual housing units are provided to all residents. COVID-19 makes perfectly clear that the solution to not only homelessness, but also individual and public health challenges is a home. We applaud the efforts of local and state officials to rapidly increase access to shelter, and we ask that this continues until everyone in our community has a safe space in which to shelter or isolate in place. Until that time, it's imperative that no one be moved from or lose their home, as this continuity is super important for community support, outreach, and service provision, including healthcare. To that end, we applaud the council for instructing the city administrator not to tow anyone's vehicular home as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Talia, T-A-L-Y-A. Talia, if I've mispronounced that, please correct it. Give us a moment to queue you up. Whenever you're ready, Talia. Hello? Talia? Calling for a third time, Talia, and then we're going to move on to the next speaker. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Art Blacksher.
Hello?
Yes, whenever you're ready, Art.
Yes, my name is Art Blacksher, life resident in Oakland. Getting back to the previous statement I made, considering that 70%, over 70% of the homelessness are African American, and I'm not sure the percentage that are elderly, over 60. We need to make sure that we give these people everything they need to get through this. And as we come through the other side of it, we need to address that issue because it's becoming worse and worse. And as someone said earlier, we're just putting a Band-Aid on it. Those are some people's moms and fathers who have had lifelong residencies in Oakland and are homeless. So I hope you guys address that and take it seriously because that's going to be a pet peeve of mine moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Art. We now have the next speaker, T.H.I. Zoom. Hold on just a moment. Yes, I believe this is Lanice, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Lanice speaking. I just want to say I support this. Obviously, I know you're all going to be supporting this. I just want to just bring up, as a person who just not too many years ago was housing insecure, hopping around couches and whatnot, and now I'm comfortably, giving testimony from my house with heat and running water. I know that I'm physically safe, but my mental anxiety is out of control. We don't hit the same no more. I'm thinking about getting back on the pharmaceuticals. And I share that because if I'm this safe physically and I'm having so much mental anxiety, imagine what the mental anxiety people are having that actually aren't physically safe. And they already weren't before the pandemic. So more than just making sure they get physically safe, let's just, human up another level and, think about the mental toll that this has and try to execute this with grace. Check.
Thank you so much. We're moving to the next speaker with the extension of 5345. Hello?
Yes, this is Asada Olibala.
Yes, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. First, I want to correct the misinformation by Centra de la Rasta, who is most impacted by being homeless. She identified several groups. It's only one group who's mostly impacted. It's over 70% African Americans. And another important statement is from 2017 to 2019, homelessness increased 47%. So we have a situation where we haven't dealt with homelessness appropriately, and that's why we have problems trying to resolve this issue and many other issues. The CDC says that if toilets or hand washing facilities are not available, you must provide portable latrines and washing facilities for if the encampment has more than 10 people, and I wonder how we're going to be able to do that. As well as, have we identified buildings already, or we're going to be doing that as a process for the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're moving to the next speaker, Galaxy J7 Star. Bear with us just a second. Galaxy, are you ready?
Yes, I am. This is Miss Sherry with Cause of Who's to Just Cause. And I'm going to talk about the fact that I went to Berkeley City Council about 3 weeks ago, and the thing they were doing immediately was to put in washing stations all around the city in the homeless encampments, and that the city needs to do that immediately We also need to make sure that people have access to showers. Also, we can, if we don't have the money in the budget, we need to solicit from private donors, from corporations to make sure these things happen. We need to work with the county to make sure that the county has hundreds of unused buildings, that we use those for housing, and that we house our people who are unhoused. As an African-American woman, seeing many of my people out here on the street, it's ridiculous. And it is, we have allowed it to get to this point because we have not pushed forth enough action. So I'm saying we can do this if we work together.
Thank you so much. We're moving to the next speaker, Liz Jacobs. Give us just a moment, Liz. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
Can
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a long-term Oakland resident, and I really want to say that this whole issue of COVID with the homeless in population is just because we have not dealt with this before. If the state is giving us 2 hotels near the airport, only for people that are infected and homeless, my understanding is that there's 1 person in there. That should be a place for homeless seniors, for the frail who are next in line to become exposed to COVID. And we have to be proactive and take a look at where we are and how we need to move forward. And also we need to be putting sanitation services, porta potties, yeah, I see, porta potties and hand washing stations. And if the state needs pressure, we need to find out who we need to pressure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, just in the nick of time. I have Mr. Van who is signed up to speak. Mr. Van?
Okay, James Van with the Homeless Advocacy Working Group. Thanks to CDC and to Councilmember Kaplan, Council President Kaplan, for putting this forward. These proposals address some of the long-standing demands and issues that HAWC has tried to address, ending the sweeps, stopping the towing of people's vehicles, and providing sanitation, hand washing stations. These have been long-standing demands and hopes of HAWC. So we're glad to see this finally coming into view. One of the things we hope will happen after this, HAWC sent out its latest letter saying we've got to get the homeless people off of the streets and out of encampments. We've got to get them into the vacant hotel rooms so they can, otherwise this virus is going to take over and it will not be able to stop. So we hope that will be the next issue that the council takes up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van. We're now moving to Maura McMichael. Maura, give us a second. There you go, Maura.
Hi, again, I'm an organizer with the East Bay Democratic Socialists of America. I urge everyone to vote yes on 2 and 4. The things that we're putting in place right now, though, they can't be taken away. The trash pickups, the hand washing stations, the bathrooms, not upending these encampments shouldn't just be something that we're doing right now. We've been in this crisis for a really long time. It's not just COVID that's here. We've had the UN here telling us years ago that this is an unjust situation. We have the equity scores telling us that this is primarily on the backs of Black and brown folks getting displaced. And I urge you all to vote yes, but I also urge that all these steps that we are taking right now to treat people with dignity in the time of this crisis is how we should be actually treating them the whole time. So really, thank you all for putting this forward. Kaplan, please vote yes.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to Laura Guzman.
Hello, Council. Hello, Councilmember Kaplan. Thank you so much for this measure. And of course, we are supporting it. We just sent Governor Newsom yesterday through the ACLU Northern California the same request to order an executive order to be in compliance with the CDC. So we're so happy to see Oakland moving forward. As the main lead a year ago for the Alameda County homeless count, we know that the city of Oakland not only has the largest numbers for the county, but also that is one of the cities in California with the most per capita unhoused people in the state. This is why these measures need to be taking place immediately. We've been talking about stopping all of the sweeps for a while now, but one of the most critical pieces from a health and survival is that we are also taking away the supplies and medications our people need.
Terribly sorry to have to cut you short. That was, your time had expired. The last speaker in the container was Gregory McConnell at the time that we said that we would take no more speakers. So I'm going to encourage the last 4 speakers to sign up under item, the open forum item so that they may comment. Mr. McConnell, you will be the last speaker. Hold on just a moment as we queue you up.
Hello? I'm sorry.
There you go.
I apologize.
It's okay.
I'll be very brief. I noticed that part of this is, I think part of this is addressing the situation of putting bins near homeless encampments so they can be picked up and transported. My client, CWS, has been doing work with Noel Gallo and others to clean up the city on a volunteer basis. This is another step forward, and I think an important step. And I would urge everyone to support that. I haven't heard any opposition to it, so I assume it will be supported. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Madam Chair, members, that is the list of members that signed up in time to address the item. The remaining 4 attendees, we're going to ask you to sign up under open forum. Thank you so much. I do see Director Bedford's hand up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just in terms of some of what came up, I want to reiterate that it's really important for people to continue to reach out to the governor's office as well. Thank you so much for joining us here today, but we absolutely need the state to take action on this, both with funding and with direct action. As we mentioned, the hotels about which they did a press conference have not actually been opened up to help the homeless prevent catching the disease at this time. And we also need more buildings than just the numbers in the hotels. We have started to identify additional buildings. We've submitted proposed additional buildings to the staff who are working on this. If anybody out there has other properties they'd like to propose, you're welcome to send them to our office and we'll forward them to the relevant personnel. And I also really want to appreciate all of our staff who are working so hard on this. And yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Bedford, one of those hardworking people, is in the queue. Let us have Director Bedford.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify on the new rooms that are coming online right now, which are about 400 and have started as of, I think, yesterday. They are initially for people who are presumptive positive or positive, but it is anticipated that they absolutely will house our unsheltered, vulnerable populations as well. So they are not intended purely, in fact, they are specifically, the second hotel is not intended as a high-intensity medical isolation effort. We are also looking at ways to increase both distance and isolation opportunities in our existing shelters. To Councilmember Kolb's earlier question, we have increased the space between beds. We're looking at opportunities to do even more so. And as the Council President just said, we are actively looking at additional opportunities for bringing people inside in multiple types of venues. And I should also make it known that the county has a request for intent for additional hotel rooms above and beyond the 2 that the state have leased, and are actively pursuing that opportunity, which is a chance for us to partner with them, but also to piggyback on the work that they're doing, identifying additional spaces. So I just want to assure people that while there's much, much more to be done, we are looking at these opportunities as ways to bring unsheltered people inside, particularly starting with the most vulnerable populations, not necessarily only people who are diagnosed as positive or presumptive positive.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for your work with them to get that going, as well as your work to identify more facilities. So thank you all so much, everyone who joined us virtually to speak on this item. At this time, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second before us that is the 3 resolutions. And so we can call the roll.
Thank you so much. Showing, again, there are 3 resolutions, the one under item 2 and the 2 respective pieces under item 4. And noting that the council members are, I see Larry has already raised his hand. Thank you for making that easy for me, Larry. Going in the order of the council members, Councilmember Boss.
Aye, and thank you, Council President Kaplan, for bringing it forward.
Councilmember Gallo.
Yes, and it's long overdue. Thank you.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
I show Councilmember McElhaney has raised her hand.
Aye.
Thank you, Cobb. I show Councilmember McElhaney has raised her hand, and we accept that as her aye. I show Vice Mayor has raised his hand. We accept that as his aye. Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Tao.
Aye. Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan.
And President Kaplan.
Aye.
And the 3 resolutions are adopted with a vote of 8 ayes. Members, we recognize that you still have a number of items that remain. You have item 3, item 5, 6, and 7. Just very quickly, the meeting was booked to be a 3-hour meeting. We have certainly hit the 3-hour benchmark. I would ask, in the interest of making sure that the system does not cut us off, that we move as fastidiously as possible. And also, of course, hear the public speakers, as it is our duty and legal obligation to do so. Moving just quickly to item 3, which I believe you said would be the next item.
Yes.
It is the results of the special municipal election held on March 3rd. Very briefly, all 3 of your measures passed. And in the interest of aligning with the brevity that I talked about, I'm happy to take questions or hear the speakers at this point.
Thank you. Per our processes, is there a motion on this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
And Madam Clerk, you may call for the public speakers.
I show 2 public speakers on this item. Bear with me just a second. I am seeing a number with the extension of 5345. I believe that's Ms. Olabala.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Olabala. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I would like to share that the language on the ballot and the language that is within the resolution states that the county has placed on the ballot, the county register has placed on the ballot, you need 2/3 majority vote to pass. And I would assume that you will be following that process. The process that was for Measure AA also stated on the ballot that you needed a 2/3 majority to pass, but you did not follow the requirements for what it took to pass that measure. And it was found in the courts that you committed voter fraud by not implementing a 2/3 vote and declaring that the Measure AA had failed. So I just wanted to take the opportunity that you are following the process today, but you did not follow the process in December of 2018 related to Measure AA. Thank you.
Thank you. We move now to Mr. Art Blacksher. There you go, Art, whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations for passing this resolution. And once again, I want to hammer home extremely as abrupt and as brutally honest as possible. As has been demonstrated over the last decades, African American Black people are on the bottom of every poll, every equity study in relationship to getting jobs, housing, healthcare, etc. I hope that you, at best, look out for our elderly people. That percentage of people who are on the streets right now with no housing, moms and dads, grandparents, etc. Please address those issues and do not give crumbs to grown people. Give a slice of the cake, of the pie. Be fair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blacksher. We're going to move to the last speaker, Nita B. Nita?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties over here. The struggle is real. I wanted to speak on, thank you, first of all, for finally passing this. I support everything that y'all did today. But this is just the beginning. And I just want to say this, that, you know, we've been asking for this stuff for a long time. Yeah, and it took a virus to make y'all do that. I want to meditate on it for a little bit. I also want to say that justice means no sweeps, no toes, and enhanced sanitation. The sanitation needs to be personal hygiene, food, wellness checks, drinking water. Because of the shelter in place, housed volunteers cannot, we have a drop in volunteers because of shelter in place.
Nita, this is the election results.
Oh, I'm so sorry. When's public speaking? When can I speak? I don't know how to.
So we'll accept this as her open forum speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Understand this situation, but thank you for making it available for the people. I also want to say justice means immediate housing as well. And it's more, and I'm happy that you guys voted for, past that too. There's more than plenty of houses. As long as there's empty rooms in Oakland, there shouldn't be a single person on the curb. I want to really specifically speak on the tone of criminalization that I heard from.
Okay, Nita, you only have 1 minute, and I know I cut into you, but this would even be beyond a minute. Can you look at another item and we can get you signed up there?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, does that conclude the public speakers on this item?
Yes.
Okay, I see 2 council member hands in the queue, 3 council member hands. Council member Taylor. Council.
You know what? That was from before. My bad.
Okay. Vice Mayor Reed. Or is that a yes vote? Mr. Reed's hand is up.
It is my understanding that that is a yes vote.
Oh, Mr.
That's a yes vote.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure to hear you. Councilmember McElhaney. Councilmember McElhaney.
That's an aye. I'm sorry, my screen went to sleep.
Okay, so we've concluded the public speakers. We had the motion and the second prior to the public speakers. Madam Clerk, you can call the roll.
Certainly, upon call of the roll to adopt the resolution made by, with the motion made by, I believe it's Councilmember Tao, I'm sorry, and with the second by Gallo. Boss?
Aye.
Gallo?
Yes.
Cobb?
Aye.
Showing McElhaney's hand is up. She said yes, as did Vice Mayor Reed. Councilmember Taylor? Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Tao?
Aye.
And President Kaplan?
Aye.
And the resolution is adopted with a vote of 8 ayes. Moving now to the next item is item Item 5 is the Oakland.
Madam Clerk, let's call 5 and 6 together.
Okay. Calling item 5 first and placing it on record, it would be a resolution authorizing the city administrator or his designee to enter into a professional services agreement with Pose Adjusta Just Cause and its partners to administer the Oakland Day Laborer Program for fiscal year 2019 through 2020 in an amount not to exceed $195,000 with a one-year option to renew in an amount not to exceed $220,000, waiving the formal request for proposals, qualifications process for the professional services agreement. The item number 6 would be a resolution amending City Council Resolution number 87653 to authorize a 3-year contract extension with the Youth Employment Partnership to implement Team Oakland program from June 30th, 2020 to June 30th, 2023 in an amount not to exceed $375,000 per year, and to waive the advertising and professional qualifications requirements associated with said contract at this time. I would ask members of the public to raise their hand to comment on these 2 items. Madam Chair, you may take the order and call for the presentation, please.
Thank you very much. So in working to put together this first of what will, I suspect, not be the last of our teleconference meetings by remote, I did ask the administration not to put a large number of contracts on it because, as you hear, doing it this way, each agenda item is a little more complicated to take. Of course, we'll keep working on our systems. So we took the 2 with the shortest deadlines off of their list and moved those 2 forward today. I don't know that they needs much discussion. They're fairly straightforward. Let's see. I see Mr. Gallo is in the queue. Councilmember Gallo.
Yes, I will. With honor, I'd like to make a motion to approve both items. These are organizations in the neighborhood that have been with us for years and doing outstanding work. So with honor, I vote, make a motion to approve the item.
Second. It's Councilmember McElhaney.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Let's call the public speakers.
And going now to the public speakers, I see a total of 4 public speakers. The last public speaker is Galicia. We're going to begin with the first speaker. I believe this is Ms. Olabala. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Olabala.
Yes, thank you. How much time? You have 2 items. How much time?
It's a minute.
For 2 items, a minute? Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, ridiculous. Anyway, this item has been misrepresented. I'm talking about the day labor program. Through the years, this has been represented as a program necessary because of people seeking jobs as day laborers, being on the street, and necessary to bring them off the street so they didn't interfere with the businesses. Today, this is being presented as a program that offers services to these individuals, including legal services, employment services, other services. That was never presented when this came up for reconsideration before the council. It's just unfair that you come up with a new way of doing things, and here we have African Americans, and these are mostly undocumented people, and we have African Americans that don't have any programs for which they can seek to provide some of the things that are being provided for these so-called day laborers. As it relates to YOP, YOP is a program that mostly involves children picking up trash. And it needs to extend itself to provide more services for meaningful employment.
I'm sorry,
meaningful
time. We're going to move to the next speaker. It's Leo Theus. Bear with me, Leo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Leo Theus from YEP. Team Oakland program has been one of the biggest influences to my workforce development. It has been a staple program to the city of Oakland. I have participated personally at all stages of the program, from being a participant back in 2009 to now currently being the counselor over the program for the past 2 years. This program has taught me the skills that's carried me through my educational career while at the same time teaching me a love and pride for this city, for my city. There are not many people I know or have met that does not know our signature shirt or the work that we do. The work that I did with Team Oakland continues to inspire me today as I counsel youth and young adults on the skills to gain jobs and experience and the money that they need to be successful. This program has been successful in teaching and educating youth on those same skills and those same guidelines, helping make sure that they have jobs so they can keep food in their mouths and be able to provide for themselves, while also teaching them the skills to be successful in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. I have Michelle Clark.
Hi, this is Michelle Clark. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I want to thank you guys for the work you're doing in this very challenging time. YEP is here working to keep our young people engaged remotely and on the phone and in a variety of ways. We're getting paychecks out tonight. We're doing a variety of things to keep our young people healthy and groceries in their house and those kinds of things. Team Oakland has long been a program that balances education, work experience, and in the environmental investment of young people in their neighborhoods. So working to clean and take on projects in their neighborhoods. We really appreciate the support of council on this, on the continuation of this program. Thank you. One of the reasons it's so important to have a multi-year grant is so that we can leverage additional resources for the education and support of these young people year-round. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay. All right. A whistleblower. What?
Thank you so very much. I'm going to ask the additional attendees to mute themselves. We have one remaining speaker, Gabriela Galicia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Galicia. I'm the Executive Director of Street Level Health Project, and on behalf of our day labor program partners, Causa Justa de la Paz and Centro Legal de la Raza, we would like to thank the Office of Workforce Development staff, City Council for moving this contract forward and to continue to invest in Oakland day laborers. As we reach one of the most vulnerable during this COVID pandemic, our partners have been working hard to continue to provide services during this time, such as street outreach, providing resources and economic relief for opportunities for these workers. We know that day laborers all over the nation do not have the privilege to stay at home and are fully burdened by this crisis and for the foreseeable future. We also know that they are the ones that will help reconstruct the city and this country. And we have seen this time again and again in history. And thank you so much for your support. And if anybody has any questions about this program, we've been running this program since 2012 with our partners and providing legal services, job opportunities, and other resources that day laborers need.
I was appalled and I was very clear from the environmental services.
Thank you so very much. There are two individuals who attempted to sign up after we said that we were taking no more speakers. I'm going to encourage them to.
So I'm sorry. I suspect the whistleblower is the.
If we would have, I believe that's Ms. Bedford. If we could have Ms. Bedford.
Let's mute her, please.
Mute yourself. Let's just.
Yeah. Good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Trained and knowledgeable.
No. Okay.
Okay. So. Thank you. We had two additional attendees attempt to sign up after we called all names and said that we were stopping at a particular point. We're going to ask them to sign up under open forum if they so wish to comment. That dispenses with all of your speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Much appreciated. And we have a motion on the floor. You may call the roll.
Thank you. And as to the motion on the floor to take action on items 6 and 5 together, Councilmember Boggs.
Aye.
Gallo.
Yes.
Paul.
Aye.
McElhaney.
Aye.
Reed.
Aye.
There you are. Taylor.
Aye.
Tao.
Aye.
President Kaplan.
Aye.
And the two resolutions are adopted with a vote of 8 ayes. Your remaining item is an oral report of final decisions having been made during closed session. And then there's open forum thereafter.
Thank you very much. To the attorney.
Yes, this is Doriana Moreno from the City Attorney's Office, Council President, members of the public, and Council. there were no final decisions made in closed session this morning to report out.
Thank you very much for that report. Madam Clerk, will you call for the public speakers, please?
Thank you so much. I show a total of 4 hands. For the public speaking, I have Catherine. Oh, Catherine took her hand down. Okay, actually Catherine put her hand back up. But we'll move to the person that's next in line. It is an extension of 1207. We're going to unmute you. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is Nathan Moon, and I'm calling in support of the street team. Every time I work with the kids, it's an amazing opportunity. They're prolific in their work in covering graffiti and picking up trash, and they've been an amazing asset to our community here in District 3. I'm in support of you guys refunding them for the next term.
Thank you, Nathan. We're actually on oral reports of final decisions made during closed session. We will take this as your open forum comment. So I'm going to remind the remaining speakers that what we are looking at is the oral report of final decisions made during closed session. This is not a discussion item in terms of any of the other items that were scheduled earlier today. The last speaker having raised her hand at the time that we called it was Catherine, but we're going to move to who I believe is Ms. Olubala as the next person in the queue.
Yes, this is Asada Olubala, and I appreciate that the clerk is trying to keep us speaking to the agenda items. I think that's so important. Thank you very much. And speaking to decisions made during closed session, it has happened on numerous occasions recently that the city attorney has not reported out decisions made during closed sessions and in violation of the Brown Act. And I hope this practice of not reporting out will be the last time, and it will be continued to be a practice done correctly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Olubala. I appreciate your compliment. And we're moving through Catherine. I believe Catherine was the last individual who had signed up on this item. She had taken her hand down and then put her hand back up and repositioned herself in the queue. Catherine?
Hello.
Hi there.
Yes. So I had a comment in support of the Team Oakland. I guess I need to take it out at this point. Is there another opportunity in your program for me to make that comment?
You will have an opportunity to speak under open forum, but since open forum is the next item, I'll let the council president make a determination as to where she'll take your comment.
Yeah, well, since you've got her on the line now, why don't we let her complete her comment?
Thank you. Am I on?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I am a member of the Lake Merritt Institute and a former Oakland teacher, an environmental educator with Rotary Nature Center Friends. And I've seen the Team Oakland students in action, and I'm very strongly in support of your funding them for the next 3 years. This is an incredible program allowing students, low-income students of color, to have the opportunity to contribute to the community and to have their work recognized with pay. Their efforts to pick up has definitely contributed to Oakland's helping to reach its trash goals, regulatory goals, and this is something I want to thank them for. And I really enjoyed working with them. They're a great group, and I hope they continue.
Thank you, Catherine. Again, noting, Madam President, that open forum actually is the last item. I think Ms. Olubala preemptively has already lifted her hand for open forum. We've dispensed with all speakers here.
Thank you very much. And so now we need a motion to receive this report. And I know I did do some research on the matter of reporting out from closed sessions, and actually in some jurisdictions, the presiding officer of the board makes the announcement rather than the city attorney. So in an abundance of caution, I will also announce that I concur that there were no reportable actions and no final decisions made during closed session today. Would someone like to make a motion to receive that report?
This is Councilmember Taylor, so moved.
Excellent.
Taylor, is there a second?
Second, Councilmember Gallo.
Very good. And on the call of the roll, Councilmember Boss,
Aye.
Gallo,
Aye.
Pro Tem Cobb,
Aye.
McElhaney. Councilmember McElhaney? Okay, Vice Mayor Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor has made the motion.
Aye.
Councilmember Tao?
Aye.
And President Kaplan?
Aye.
And just one more opportunity for McElhaney, Councilmember McElhaney? Okay, and noting that that is a vote of 7 ayes with McElhaney absent, that concludes your discussion items for today and your action items. You only have open forum remaining. I'll have the public raise their hands for open forum.
Thank you. Just before we go to open forum, I wanted to give appreciation to all of my colleagues and all of the staff, as well as all of the public who joined us today for all of your work on this. I will continue to work with the clerk, the IT staff, and the rest of the team. And perhaps President Pro Tem Cobb will maybe join us as he is who presides in the absence of the chair to continue working on our remote teleconference systems and continuing to smooth out these processes as we've all been working to implement them in a very timely way to get done today some really important time-sensitive things. And I want to give you all much appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. There are 6 individuals in the queue to speak. I have Ms. Olabala.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted to report out what the Alameda County has reported on as it relates to homelessness by race. African Americans are 11% of the population of Alameda County, but 47% of the homeless. The next impacted groups are whites. They are 43% of the population and 31% of the homeless. The next group is Hispanics, who are 23% and of the population, 17% of the homelessness. And this goes into the statement about people of color. And within the city of Oakland, I think there are more white people than Latinos who are homeless. So stop saying that people of color statement, please. And report effectively who is impacted. And we are over 70%, when I say we, African Americans, of those who are homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. The next person to sign up is Teresa Fortune. Teresa, give us just a moment. There you are. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you so much. I appreciate this forum being available to the public. I have great compassion for the tenants and definitely for the landlords. On the contrary, as a tenant and a mother who is currently not in a position to make money as an entrepreneur, I'm in a situation with my current apartment complex where everyone is getting ready to strike on rent. It's emotionally, mentally, and spiritually overwhelming to walk the streets right now. So what I'm hoping is that mortgages can be just freezed up and that we all get a bit of a break, because rent is just not going to get paid. I'm also the tenant that was offered to be bought out by my landlords. So I feel very, very, very vulnerable right now. A few years ago, I was offered $30,000 to leave. So I feel like I'm definitely going to be a target right now if I don't pay my rent. You know, my partner is also an entrepreneur. And so finances are just really, really tight. So I wanted to shout out Miss Lynette for—
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so sorry to have to cut you off. We're going to move to the next speaker. It's Naomi Schiff. Give us just a second, Naomi.
Can you hear me?
You are.
Hi. Thank you so much, City Council. And Latanda Simmons, what a hero. I really appreciate your activities today. I did just want to mention that it seems that the sanitation hand washing stations in the homeless encampments are not being serviced frequently enough. There's often no water in them. You can't wash your hands if there's no water. So I would like to request that the administration manage to order more frequent maintenance of those stations, and that they should really be at all encampments. As I understand it, we're servicing 40, but we have 70 to 90 encampments. This is critical until we get everybody into shelter. I understand that you're finding shelter for everyone, but it might take a minute. So please up the frequency of maintenance for the porta potties and the hand washing stations. Thank you so much for all you are doing.
Thank you so very much, Naomi. I'm seeing additional people signing up. I have a number with the extension of 1207. 1207.
Hi, this is Nathan Moon again. I'm just going to reiterate the support for Team Oakland. And at a time when kids are really going to need support with their jobs, this is a great time to refund the program so that kids have work this summer. Thanks.
Thank you very much for being brief. We're going to move to the next speaker. It's KD. KD, give me just a second. KD, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, this is Krishna Desai. I'm with the East 12th Coalition. I just have 2 quick points I'd like to make. One, I'm really heartened to hear that council members are mindful of the impact of multiple months of rent becoming due. You know, as somebody already said, this is going to be leveraged by landlords who are unscrupulous. So I really hope that you leverage your creativity and hearts to craft a solution for the most vulnerable community members. The second thing is that AB 5 empowers city attorneys to enforce employment provisions regarding minimum wage, health protections, and paid sick leave. This is particularly impactful for all those delivery drivers literally putting their lives on the line to ensure folks can stay safe, especially the elderly and those with underlying conditions. Has the city attorney done so? And if not, could you please direct the city attorney or work together to come up with some sort of plan for these folks so that they can have paid sick leave and they can stay in these life-saving jobs, or at the very least not become vectors of additional infections. So those are my 2 things. I hope you'll work on both of those things in the months that come. Thanks for all your work so far. I'm glad to see that we're pulling together as a community.
Thank you so much. We're now moving to the next speaker, Risa. Risa Jaffe, we're going to line you up just a second. And Madam President, I just want to say that there are a few more people that signed up. It's about 3 more people. I would say that we should end at the end of Mr. Cuevas, who is representing SEIU, so that we conclude this meeting there.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Risa, whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you for the time. I respect Councilmember Taylor's interests and data, and I want to remind all the council members about the Oakland Equity Report that already shows us a lot of data that Black members of our Oakland community are already been disadvantaged. And so at every opportunity, as you go through the process of what you're doing over these next few months, we need to look at permanent solutions, not temporary solutions for the next 2 months. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Risa. We're moving to the next speaker. I see the letters of AAR. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Arash Rogiani. I work at the Alameda County Public Defender's Office in Oakland, and I'm not speaking as a representative of the office, but while I'm grateful for the measures that have passed today, I think that they're frighteningly adequate during this health crisis. The real ways that evictions are enforced and have power is because of law enforcement, whether that's the sheriff's office or the police department, and they can always choose to use trespassing charges or charges of disorderly conduct to arrest people and to get them away from our curbside communities. I think that in the comments today, while everything passed unanimously, and I'm grateful for that, there were a lot of comments with coded language about public safety, including Mr. Dunstan's. And we know that when city intervention is done in the name of public safety and not public health. It means filling jails and prisons and detention centers, which should all be empty right now. You all are going to have ample opportunity to talk about this quote unquote model legislation. And I think that in those interviews, you should be model legislators as well and stand.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to have to cut you short. I know we're at the end of the meeting, but we are running out of time here. Mr. Blacksher, you are up next. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Briefly, to wrap around what I just said, a lot of the some of the issues we'd like to bring to council is the digital platform that will be excluding a lot of community and will impact our community. Alameda County Board of Supervisors, from my understanding, they have been able to call in through the clerk's office and still use a clock for people who want it. In regards to housing the infected, we all know that's going to happen in East Oakland. While they're cleaning up the rest of the city, they're going to infect and cause havoc in East Oakland. We're praying that we address that issue immediately. And the most important thing, I'm very concerned about our seniors who cannot access digital platforms but need this information and other services that are not being provided addressed in today's meeting. So those mom and pa who own duplexes who rely on that money to
Thank you,
exist.
sir. The next speaker we have is Peter Masiak. Peter, we want to make sure that we are able to hear you clearly. Hold on just a second. Peter, it looks like you left.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, there you go. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Yeah, my name is Peter Masiak. I'm the East Bay Field Director for SEIU 10-1. First, I want to thank City Administration for working with the union and repeatedly meeting with us about many issues regarding this pandemic. We want to make sure to continue that dialogue. One thing that is really concerning is the temporary part-time workers in the city and their status. SEIU, over about 1,000 of our 2,000 members that we represent are temporary part-time workers who are not really guaranteed any wages during this time. We've been asking the city to do a look back on how much they've been earning and what hours they've been working in the preceding pay periods to make sure that if they are deemed non-essential and are at home, that they continue to make that money. This includes hundreds of librarians and parking control officers who are doing important work for the city all the time. And we need to make sure that these workers are not harmed financially because the city has deemed them non-essential.
Thank you so very much. We are moving to the last speaker. It's Felipe Cuevas. Thank you for being patient, Felipe. I know that you had raised your hand a few places. Whenever you're ready, give us just a second to unmute you. Felipe? Hold on just a second. Don't give up on us. Don't hang up. I think we're both trying to work the mute controls, Felipe, so hold on just a second. There you go.
Myself muted, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay, first let me say that the work that you guys did today, that you're hopefully you'll continue to do, is vital for to keep the Oakland community strong. With that being said, the work that we do as workers for the city of Oakland under times like this is essential. But we are not in agreement with the city on some of this work. Some of this work is not essential that they have some of our members doing. We think that we are part of the community too. We think that this work should be only essential work for a number of reasons. One of them is the shortages of PPEs. Those need to be held in the reserve for the folks that are doing truly essential work. So I talked about two things. There may have been some others. I'm not sure if we got to them all. The reason we bring this to you is we've elevated this to the city administrator's office. I don't think they're in agreement with us. We just want to make the electeds aware of what's going on here in Oakland.
Felipe, thank you so very much. Madam Chair and members, that is all of your public speakers. I want to take this opportunity very quickly, although we are almost 2 hours over time. This would not have been possible without the support of our IT director.
both in terms of making the technology available to us, as well as serving as my wingman with all of the controls. This would not be possible without Mike Munson doing the support and the KTOP team doing the support as it relates to the broadcasting of this. And I want to thank everyone else, particularly the clerk's office as well, who also were my wing people to make sure that we have all of the details captured. And I will give it back to you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Let us have a virtual round of applause for the best city clerk in America. I'm very grateful for our city clerk and for the whole team to help put this together, help learn new systems, and also got the agenda materials posted for the public in a timely way as well. So a lot went into this. I want to make 2 follow-up requests. One to the administration. I'd like you to make arrangements, and we can follow up separately on a briefing for the council specific to the labor issues regarding our workforce. Several of them were brought up just now. There's several others beyond that. But so I'd like us to work together to schedule a specific briefing on that. I believe that takes place in a non-public forum, but we'll work on scheduling that follow-up. And then to the city attorney, the suggestion about your power to enforce AB 5, I believe that is correct. And I wanted to just ask you to follow up with us later whether you need a vote of council to be able to go forward with that, or whether that's something you can just do, so we'll know whether or not we need to schedule an item so that can happen. So those are comments for future scheduling. Thank you all so very, very much for putting this all together, for showing up for Oakland, and please stay safe, stay healthy, and we will continue forward. And with that, for now, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.